What is up? Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. And this is KLM Flight 792, arriving from Rio de Janeiro, 777-300ER. The day after the night before, and the sun is shining. The clouds have moved out. Wind blowing from the west mostly, southwest a little bit. The meter says 22 knots with gusts up to 37. Storm Isha hasn't visited the Netherlands, but definitely passed nearby and is causing a bit of wind. Ciao tutti! As you can see, it is beautiful weather. There's even a control visible. Looks like an Emirates A380. Yeah, it is an Emirates A380. Now there's also an Emirates A380 coming this way. Not sure if it's going to land on this runway. I hope it is, but we'll find out eventually. At the moment, 2 runways are in use, Polderbaan as well as this one. I think it is an optional runway. If people want to land on Polderbaan, they can do so. A lot of airplanes have landed on Polderbaan already. But if the expected runway usage website is correct, then from 1:20 onwards later this afternoon, this runway 27, is going to be the only runway being used for arrivals. At the moment, departures take place from runway 24, and later we might also see runway 18 left being used as a secondary runway. Hope everybody is doing alright. Hope nobody's properties got damaged by Storm Isha. Definitely, particularly in the United Kingdom, she blew quite hard. Embraer 175 from KLM is the next airplane to land over here. I like. Sí, por favor. Now, I'm hearing some birdies. Circuits a lot. Over here, in the grass. His or her mate higher up. In the water itself, I don't see any bird life right now. Although I might have brought my surfboard because the waves are gnarly. Fiddling a little bit with the sun cover over my camera screen. The downside of this new camera is that it has a 1/2 inch bigger screen, and my cover is a little bit too small actually. KLM flight 1142 E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo. Many viewers already in the chat active. Good day to you all. I hope everybody is doing well on this new beginning of a new week. And while we are waiting for the next airplane to arrive, let me take you through the current situation, the current status quo. As you guys can see already, the weather is nice. This is where we are standing approximately, and the wind is blowing from this direction, so we're not going to see any precipitation in the upcoming hours. Runway usage, we're standing right here today. So I see now that they are also starting to use runway 18 left for departures. That means that we are in a good spot to see that as well. In terms of quad squad, the Emirates A380 is approaching the Dutch border. Expected in half an hour from now. When it enters Dutch airspace, you can look at Omgevingsinfo Schiphol to see what runway it's going to be assigned to. It's hailing from the east. There is a runway open that facilitates traffic from the east, so I'm hoping it's going to land on runway 27. And the same goes for this 747 that is expected around 2:15. A little later, arriving from Shanghai, is also coming in from the east, so we might get lucky in that respect. There's another 747 underway from Miami, but that is expected around 4:10 p.m. I'm not sure yet until when I'm going to stick around for. And yeah, this is the METAR, 22 knot wind with gusts up to 37. It is blowing from the, well, almost west, as the windsock also indicated. Few clouds at 1400 feet. World of difference in terms of temperature, double digits in Celsius right now, 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit. And that is a big difference with yesterday when it was only just around freezing and it was also windy. So the combination of that made it a lot colder than it is today. And let's have a look on flight radar. Doesn't look like any traffic is coming to runway 27 immediately. However, 18 left has opened up for departures. Let's have a look and see if we are going to see some of that then. See that I also have to adjust the filter for both inbound and outbound. Or let's just do outbound only. Let's see. There is the Play A320neo. Probably will be taking off from runway 24. And Lars is indicating that the A380 is visible near Enschede. We see the Corendon A350 in the background. Also visible Suriname Airways A340, and on the rooftop terrace the Fokker 100. says I need a windscreen for my mic. Let me take off the windscreen and you will hear what the difference is. There is already a big windscreen on it. This is when I take it off. So I already have a windscreen, but the wind is just so severe. Of course I already have a windscreen, but with winds like these you need a blimp. Wolf asks what's in the Fokker. Not much, I believe. Just access to the cockpit. I'm not sure if it is the real instruments or if it is just a big picture of instruments that are normally in the cockpit. It's mostly for visitors, for small children, so that they can have a look inside the airplane. Brave coots are swimming against the stream. And good morning, Ton, who brings good news. A380 assigned to runway 27, so we did pick the right place for the A380 today. Very pleased with that. I'm not seeing any traffic coming to runway 18 left yet for departing. Let me have another look at both inbound and outbound traffic. Not seeing any airplanes coming to this runway just yet. But there is an Embraer 190 arriving from Düsseldorf. The Emirates A380 is already in Dutch airspace, and the A320 from EasyJet arriving from Belfast is also continuing to the east, so I'm thinking it is going to land on runway 27 later. And we see a 737 being towed back to the gates. Of course, maintenance takes place in the hangars over there, Schiphol Oost, the east part. Bit hard to see with the backlight, but this is where airplanes go to for their maintenance. And Evelyn says Transavia A321Neo, 35 minutes out, going to Amsterdam. Where's it coming from, Evelyn? Playtime. Going the full 400 times digital zoom, but that is overkill. Right, it does look like the Dreamliner 10 arriving from Atlanta is also coming this way. A320 arrival from Belfast is now on the base leg, just east of Amsterdam. Right, well, it's a bit dull here right now. It's going to pick up the A320 from EasyJet arriving from Belfast is almost on the glide slope. There is a Dreamliner 10 arriving from Atlanta that is coming this way. I think the Embraer 190 will precede the A319, maybe the Embraer as well. Emirates 147 also approaching. It is now over Zwolle. Let's turn back the camera. I think we're going to see the EasyJet A320 pretty soon, arriving from Belfast. I have it already. Yeah, lights are on. There it is. Now, also a very big thank you to Arjan, who just now gifted 5 memberships. A big welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. Thank you so much, Arjan. Don't forget to say thanks to Arjan if you were one of the recipients of the 5 memberships. Once again, thank you so much, Arjan. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. What is up, Alvin? Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Lovely day here, 10 degrees Celsius. A little bit windy, but we can see contrails nicely. This is EasyJet Flight 23051, Airbus A320 arriving from Belfast. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. It's a 12-year-old airplane. First flight June 2011. Somewhere behind it is the 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Oh yeah, at the same level, but further to the left. Emirates A380 is going to land on this runway we are standing next to. It is coming closer and closer by. Welcome to everybody who has joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to runway 27, which together with the Polderbaan is the runway being used for arrivals. It's a bit windy still. Even though we haven't had the storm pass over the Netherlands, the wind field is still present. Looked like it was going to slow down quite rapidly earlier in the morning, but still persisting a little bit. This is KLM Flight 622, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight time thus far 7 hours and 24 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in August 2020. Standing next to runway 18 left, and that is now also in use for departures. Thus far the departures taking place from this runway have taken place further to the south, so that airplanes landing on this runway, runway 27, are not in the way. If heavies take off to the east, they will probably take off from the threshold, and that means that we are going to be able to see them quite well and hear them as well quite well. So keep a close eye out for that. As you can see in the background, runway 24 is also in use right now for departures. METAR says that the wind was 22 knots with gusts up to 37. The windsock is quite erect at the moment. Pilots landing on the runway we are standing next to are facing mostly headwind right now. We haven't seen any go-arounds yet, and I'm also not expecting to see that a lot today. Runway 18 left, also being used for departures. Our next airplane on runway 27 is going to be an Embraer 190 arriving from Düsseldorf. It looked closer by on flight radar than it still was. There we go. KLM Flight 1856. Hey there, Ross and Lucas. All the other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, good day to you all. This is KLM Flight 1856 arriving from Düsseldorf, a short flight, mere 24 minutes. The Embraer 190, 12 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in January 2012. Now let's see, Vueling A320 behind it, A319 EasyJet behind it, E2 Embraer behind it, and it looks like the Emirates A380 is going to be number 5 then. website Bezoekbus that predicts the expected runway usage, or mentions the expected runway usage for later this afternoon, said that around 1:20 p.m. this runway 27, is going to be the only runway in use for arrivals. Hopefully that's going to be true. Right now Polderbaan is also in use, 18 right. Interesting that is now the second Embraer that we've seen since beginning with the stream that used its reversers. Well, at Polderbaan they never used them. And Stranger asks, does this runway end below a tunnel at the other end? No, it doesn't. There is a tunnel at the end because the highway A4 is going under the runway. Where is it? No. Let me get my bearings in. No, wait. It's more to the... What you see over there is the tunnel entrance of the A4 highway that runs along Schiphol, and cars will leave the tunnel over there somewhere, and you can see them in the distance. So the runway is continuing and the tunnel is for the highway. This is Vueling flight 8309 A320 arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. What a wheelie! Subtle, but a wheelie nonetheless. Right. Thank you, Michael. Emirates is now near Muiderslot Castle, just east of Amsterdam. Means it is going to become visible quite soon already. Is that it already? No, not yet. Next up is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Copenhagen. Flight time 1 hour and 13 minutes. That's a bit longer than normal. Normally speaking, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, approximately an hour. 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. We can see right through that windsock. Headwind for the pilots landing on this runway mostly. Now they are using runway left for departures as well. Now and then they are taking off a bit further away, hoping for heavies to take off to the east, because then they are going to take off from the runway threshold, and that is just behind this fence over here, really close by. Makes 777s particularly sound very good. Now, there she is, or he is, I should say. Emirates A380. Saw it land yesterday at Polderbaan. Today it is going to land at Buitenvelderbaan, E2 Embraer, KLM flight 1106, arriving from Stockholm. Hey there, Drink Cathay spotter. Good day to you. Hope all is well, mate. Now we're not going to follow this airplane too extensively, just see the touchdown. Oh. Here it comes, Emirates flight 147, a daily flight between Dubai and Amsterdam. Airbus A380-800 has been flying for 6 hours and 53 minutes today, a bit longer than normal, normally speaking around 6.5 hours. The airplane is 8 years old. January 2016 is when it had its first flight. AMS Live members have access to the new ribbon tail custom emoji. This one is still the old standard livery. Yesterday a nice special livery, the destination Dubai, and today back to a regular livery. Well, the king has landed, beautiful. Another sweet landing in the pocket. Alvin asks if the windsock is high bypass. Well, a lot passes by it. And also through the core, absolutely. I would say it's very high bypass. well, more towing action. Transavia 737 getting towed to the maintenance part at Schiphol Oost. Hey, that's good news, Evelyn. We're going to see the Transavia A321Neo, which has been assigned to runway 27. How long before it's going to land? Approximately. Well, and departure's taking place as well, but still further south for the narrow bodies at least, that don't need a lot of runway length. Nice lighting. That's the Tower of Aalsmeer, water tower in the background. This airplane is now taking off with roughly 90 degrees of crosswind. Let's quickly go back to the arriving traffic over here at runway 27. Lot flight 263, Embraer 175 arriving from Warsaw. Flight time 1 hour 54 minutes. 13 years old, first flight August 2010. Thank you, Evelyn. In about 8 minutes, the premiere of the Transavia A321Neo here at AMS Live, channel premiere. First time we're going to see it. Hey, and why is the A380 still standing there? Or did it have to wait? Hey Gerrit, good afternoon. Brent asks, have you ever seen a plane crash? No, luckily not. Hope that it's going to stay that way. I've seen a lot of air crash investigation though, but that wasn't what you were asking. And ZX82 asks if that is an A380. Well, it does look a lot like it, that's for sure. Art. I don't know yet until when I'm going to stick around. I was planning on doing at least a couple of hours, but I have no specific time in mind to call it a day. I think it depends a bit on runway usage and the weather and traffic. I'm definitely going to stick around until the 747 from what was it, China Air China is has landed. Very likely candidate to land on runway 27. Looking behind me, not seeing anything move just yet. There is a lot of towing traffic back and forth going on today. KLM Dreamliner getting ready to cross the runway. Liebe Grüße zurück, Chris. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. More towing action, A330. And the A380 is going to park on this side. Interesting. Normally speaking, it would be parked at a different location. Now in the meantime, behind me, a Pilatus PC24 from Jetfly Aviation that has a very remarkable stripe on the livery according to Flight Radar is approaching. Let's have a look at that then. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Such a small airplane. Jetfly Aviation, Pilatus PC24, arriving from Paris. Flight time 46 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. The first flight was in January 2022. Just turned 2 this month. Landing on runway 22. Is real. A330 in the meantime has taxied or has been towed a bit further away. Well, don't get to see the A380 that often on this side of the airport. Now, let's have another look at the current status quo then, shall we? Welcome one and all to Schiphol Airport. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are the day after the night before when Storm Isha passed along the Netherlands. We're still having a bit of above average wind today. Let's refresh the meter, have a look, see. Right now the wind is blowing from 250 degrees, 24 knot wind. As you guys can see or could see already, it is nice and clear blue skies. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1600 feet. The air temperature is 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. We are standing right here, and let's refresh runway usage. Yeah, so arrivals take place on Polderbaan, runway 27. Departures take place from these two runways. Then we can also see there is a Boeing 747 underway, expected around 2:30. We're not going to see any precipitation anytime soon. The satellite footage clearly shows an opening up. Nice and sunny weather. We are expecting the Transavia A321 Neo pretty soon. Quickly pasting the meter into the ticker. Oh, and we have no less than two helicopters right now over there. Also the first time I'm seeing that. The police have their helicopter station over there. It's also where the general aviation lands and parks. 2 police helicopters at once is something you don't see very often here. Actually touching down. Right, now ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see a channel first. The brand new A321neo from Transavia coming to the channel, landing on runway 27, arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132, a flight of 1 hour and 49 minutes. And this airplane began flying in November 2023 officially. Channel premiere, the arrival of the brand new and very first A321neo of Transavia. Of it visible is the next airplane behind it, Embraer 175 KLM flight 1766 arriving from Frankfurt. Martin Air says that the A380 has been on this side for 2 weeks now. Well, it's been more than 2 weeks ago since I have been here, and normally speaking it always used to be on the other side, but I already heard from Jermaine, who was here before, that they were doing something on the other side, so that is the reason why. Still, nice to see. Also a big thank you to Austrial for your super chats to welcome the Transavia A321neo. Well, a warm welcome to the A321. Bit windy as well, but at least it is mostly headwind. Problem-free landing most likely for the pilots. Let's do a little over-the-top digital zoom. Easy, easy. Looks like there is a bit more crosswind than the windsock indicates after all. There she is. Isn't she a beautiful airplane? The channel premiere. And a nice combo shot with the A380. Gorgeous. sock. Let's quickly turn back. The next airplane is almost landing already. Tight separation. Arriving from Frankfurt, number 175. Airplane coming in is Air France flight 1640, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle A320, flight time 45 minutes, 20-year-old airplane, first flight February 2003. Also a massive big thank you to Alvin for your super sticker, mate. Per character cheerfully blowing a party horn, party hardy. Thank you so much for that, Alvin. Now, also seeing a 777 that I think might be coming to our runway that is perpendicular to this runway. This is runway 27 now, and I think the triple might be taking off from runway 18 lefty soon, which it will be doing from the runway threshold most likely. Death stare evidence says. Yeah, I think it is going to the runway threshold of 18 left. Great, so we're going to see it take off in a few minutes. We'll have to find a hole between a gap in the inbound traffic that is crossing the runway it is going to take off from. This is Lufthansa flight 2304 A320neo, arriving from Munich, flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes, 4-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. Indeed, it is the 777-300 to Nairobi that we saw just now, KLM flight 565. Making its way to the runway threshold. Right, this is KLM flight 565, 777-300ER, outbound to Nairobi, 3-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. found its gap, the 777. In the meantime, more airplanes landing. Now, is that another 777 making its way over to the runway threshold of 18 left? Could be. Let me see if I can. Yes, I think it is. It is KLM flight 871 outbound to Delhi. Another 777-300ER. As the 777 to Delhi makes its way to the runway threshold of 18 left, another airplane is approaching runway 27 to land. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1961, Airbus A321, arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 3 hours and 6 minutes. That is par for the course, nominal flight time. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in April 2013. Istanbul, Amsterdam, on average 3 hours. So this is very much within the range of normal flight time. Looks like the outbound exodus is also beginning. More traffic coming this way to take off. And another A321 arriving from Istanbul is coming this way. Interesting to see two airplanes back to back. This is Anadolu Jet flight 7768 arriving from Istanbul as well. Different airport though. 3 hours and 13 minutes of flight time. This A321 is 11 years old. First flight was in February 2012. Hey Rick, goedemiddag Mr. Meister. Good day to you, sir. Rick, if you just tuned in, you missed the landing of the Transavia A321 Neo. We saw it. Was today the first time. I'll timestamp it later. But we saw it today. Channel premiere. KLM flight 871 outbound Delhi 777-300ER. Let's go! Now there is a lot of blue in the chat, but don't let that deter you from interacting. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask it. Feel free to interact with the people in the chat. Next up, landing is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Billund, KLM flight 1344. Right, next up is Qatar Airways in a special livery, the 25 years of excellence. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner outbound to Doha, 8 years old. Right now my flight radar seems to be lagging a little bit in that it still says that 25 years of excellent Qatar Dreamliner is at the runway threshold. It clearly isn't. Our next airplane to arrive is a Vueling A320 arriving from Valencia, flight 8353. Massive big thank you to Lana for a very generous super sticker. Says per character dancing under a rain of confetti and taking his head off to say you are amazing. Well, thank you so much for that, Lana. That is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Let me quickly go back to the camera. It is nice and busy here today. Runway 27 being used for arrivals and runway 18 left now starting to get used for the heavies taking off to the east and south. And yes, that is an A380 in the background, which you also saw land over here on this runway. They're here in Koets, braving the water. And more death stares. With an A330 Turkish outbound Istanbul flight 1952. We'll be taking off from the runway threshold of 18 left in a moment. And Peter, I am indeed at the corner of runway 27 and 18 left, absolutely. Surf's up, dudes. This is KLM flight 1074 arriving from Manchester, 737-800. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1952 outbound to Istanbul, an Airbus A333-300, 12 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in April 2011. Turkish is waiting for the arrival of KLM flight 1166 arriving from Helsinki, Finland, number 190. That is a short final. Now Helsinki normally around 2 hours of flight time. This particular flight 2 hours and 29 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in September 2009. Evelyn, I am going on, I'll be leaving on Saturday the 3rd and returning on Saturday the 10th. That's a very nice thing to say. Super G, thank you so much for your super chat. A member of Big Jet TV, but this is my second favorite. Well, I'm happy that this is your second favorite. I hope you're liking what you're seeing still, and I hope everybody is. Don't forget to drop a like if you haven't done so already. And if you want to stay updated of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Back to Istanbul. Now bear in mind that these airplanes are taking off with crosswind, 90 degrees, nearly 90 degrees of crosswind. It shows on their climb out. Let's see. Got our next airplane coming in. It is over Buitenveldert, the name giver of this runway, the south part of Amsterdam. Should be coming this way. Let's have another look at the weather, shall we? Right, well, we don't have to expect any precipitation, as you guys could see already. Clear blue skies all over, and it's going to be that way for the upcoming hours. Right, so the meter now says that the wind speed has increased a little bit, 24 knots with gusts up to 34, arriving or blowing from 250 degrees. That is 6 Beaufort. Few clouds at 1900 feet, still 10 degrees Celsius or roughly 50 degrees Fahrenheit if you're used to those. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. We are currently located over here at the intersection of runway 18 left and runway 27. Polderbaan was being used. Is it still the case? Seems to be. The website that indicates the expected runway usage was saying that around 1:20 p.m. it was only arrivals on runway 27 for the remainder of the afternoon. I hope that will become true. Means that all inbound traffic will be landing on this runway. Oh yeah, lest I forget, there's also a Queen incoming, and the Queen is now flying over Sweden. Expected around 2:20. And Jermaine says that Polderbaan isn't being used at the moment, so it might well be that they have closed it de facto, but not yet indicated on the LVNL website. They are always a bit behind. Our next airplane in the meantime has come closer and become visible. This is KLM flight 1824 arriving from Berlin, 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes as we speak. The airplane is 24 years old. It's a millennial. It began flying in April 1999. 1999. A380 over there. Jermaine has returned. Amen. So our next airplane is behind me right now, arriving from Barcelona, KLM flight 1666. Nice to see that the A380 is getting restocked, resupplied with food and drink probably. This is KLM flight 1666, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour 49 minutes. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in February 2008. And Evan says, them KLM arrivals sounding good today. Definitely, mate. It looks like they are using reversers more than normal, and the wind is also in a favorable direction today. Couple of Embraer 190s, well, Embraers in general already use their reversers quite heavily today. JWB says that the A380 will depart around 2:42 p.m. That's good news. I hope I am around then still, and if it goes to the east, so very likely candidate to depart from runway 18 left then. That is an A350. Let's see. Delta Airlines Flight 75, by the looks of it. Jet taking off again from runway 24, runway 22 I should say. And in the meantime the A380 also, A350 I should say, which we can still see slightly, the tail, like a shark fin. Or was it a different airplane that was taking off before the A350? Let's have another look. No, it was the A350. Quick turn back. Next airplane landing is KLM flight 1414, arriving from Lyon. From a narrow body taking off from runway 18 left in the distance. A320neo outbound Zurich from Swiss. Helicopter just took off. So the bird controllers are here. K3. Right, now let's turn back. There's a heavy approaching for runway 27. The airplane is Qatar Airways flight 273. It's a 777-300ER arriving from Doha, where it left from 6 hours and 19 minutes ago. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight June 2018. En goedemiddag Thijs, and good afternoon to all other viewers who've joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing alongside the intersection of runways 27 and 18 left. The former being used for arrivals, the latter being used for departures. It is the day after the night before Storm Isha passed along the Netherlands. Not over, but along it. And we still have a bit more wind today than normally because of it. Nice sunny weather though. Double-digit temperatures in Celsius. Around 50 Fahrenheit. Phil, also there. Good to see you, mate. And Boulder back in use? What the fuck? Nah, it's definitely not unexpected. More biz jets taking off. Alrighty, our next airplane, Turkish Airlines Flight 1957 A321, arriving from Istanbul. What is up, Big Al? It is a bit windy. We have a little bit of waves over here. And see-through windsocks. Right, Turkish Airlines, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 3 hours and 8 minutes, that is par for the course. 3 hours approximately between Istanbul and Amsterdam. The airplane is 11 years old, its first flight was in March 2012. Also a very big thank you to Alan for just now gifting a membership. JWB, the recipient of the membership. Don't forget to thank Big Al. Thank you so much, Alan, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, JWB. Be sure to use the custom emojis now at your disposal whenever you feel like it. Big picture wise, what does it look like right now? This is what it looks like to the south, to the west, to the east, and to the north. It is still mostly blue skies, few clouds now drifting in, but it is a lovely day here otherwise. This is Transavia Flight 5072, arriving from Tromsø, 737-800. hours and 3 minutes. The 737 that was 11 years old. Eva asks where the polderbaan is from here. Well, it is somewhere in that direction, but you probably won't see a lot of it. There's a fence in the way, this mount is in the way, there's a parking garage in the way, so not sure if you were even able to see air traffic land on polderbaan from over here. Well, I think you do see something of it, but only a little bit. It's easier to see traffic landing on the center runway. Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk, KLM flight 1918, flight time 1 hour 41 minutes, 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. And an 80 hot triple behind it, which is nice. Servus Peppy, tuning in from Innsbruck. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well over there in Innsbruck. Right, next up, Etihad Cargo flight 913 arriving from Abu Dhabi. It is a 777 freighter that has been underway now for 6 hours and 39 minutes. A Boeing 777 FFX according to flight radar, whatever that may mean. The airplane is 11 years old, turned 11 this month. First flight was in January 2013. And Herman, welcome to the channel. New to the channel, he says, love your stream so far. Have you ever spotted Max touchdown in his jet? I think it was... No, we did not see the touchdown. We did see him taxi to the parking spot at Schiphol Oost. Somewhere in spring, I think. If you look... Look in the list of live streams, the old live streams, I think somewhere in spring there was a stream where we did see it taxi to the Schiphol Oost area to park over there. We did zoom in additionally to see if we could spot him. We did not succeed, by the way, but I did make a thumbnail of his jet from that particular stream, so you should be able to see it quite easily if you want to see. I think it was also timestamped in that stream, so you don't have to search for it. You can go to the part immediately. Nice to see how it just glides to the left as it points its nose to the right. drifting out. Dylan says, this is such a random thing to pop up in on my recommended, but hell yes. Excellent. Well, folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to get this stream in the suggested box, such as has happened with Dylan. So make sure that if you're liking what you're seeing, drop a like in the pond of likes. It really helps to spread this content to other people interested in content such as this, or at least potentially interested. E2 Embraer 195 arriving next from Stuttgart, KLM flight 1870. Stuttgart. An hour flight away, 275 nautical miles. This airplane is 2 years old. First flight, October 2021. Also hearing a siren, but that is on the highway left of me. Gorgeously controlled landing there. And Viagra's in the air, you can see it, the windsock very much erect. And JWB, thank you so much, who says that the A380 will depart soon, 15 minutes from now. That is very exciting because I think it's going to take off from 18 left then. Fingers crossed that it will. It is of course Schiphol, you never know anything over here for certain. En goedemiddag Nick. And all the other viewers as well. And indeed Jermaine. Police over here. Randomly picking someone, dropping someone off. Did you see that happen? Ah, okay. Hey, and also that stubby firefighter vehicle. Square box on wheels. Okay. Hey, thanks for dropping by. If you're ever in the area, do drop by again, and hope to see you in the chat sometime soon.
Nice to meet you.
Same. Hope you had a great day, and hope to see you soon, mate. Take care. Bye bye. That is Jermaine going away again. And this is KLM flight 1700 arriving from Madrid, 737-800, flight time 1 hour and 58 minutes, 16 years old, first flight December 2007. A320neo from Air Portugal up next, arriving from Lisbon. Let's have a look at the status quo over at the A380, by the way. Still have all kinds of units directly adjacent to it. They're also still for a sense of scale, people over there and the apartment building on wings and wheels. Thank you, Roy, for a very generous super chat. A small donation to cover your expenses, boy, he says. Thank you so much, Roy, and good afternoon to you too. Must have missed your arrival over here today. Hope everything is alright with you. Hope that nobody's personal belongings got damaged because of the wind today. Particularly our viewers in the United Kingdom who suffered Isha full scale. Over here in the Netherlands it was said that it wasn't too bad. So indeed still catering and loading, George. If the A380 is going to depart soon, they will have to get rid of those things first. Now, do I see more birds? Yes, duckies I think, yes. That's all digital, that was all digital zoom, so the vagueness was induced because of that. The lack of sharpness. Our next airplane is Transavia flight 736. This one arriving from Kusamo. Flight time 3 hours 12 minutes. The airplane 6 years old. First flight April 2017. Boeing 737-800. Hey, and there is a Singapore 747 active on the platform outbound to Singapore. Now, if there are two runways open and one is pointing to the south and the other is to the southwest, most of the time the traffic going to the east takes the one runway to the south, which means 18 left. And that might mean that 747 will appear over there, come this way. That would be terrific. Now, this MNG A330 to Istanbul is taking 18 left as well, just not the threshold, so it's probably light. Otherwise, it would have taken off from the runway threshold where we are standing next to. Still has plenty of runway to get airborne. Beautiful lighting. As it moves into the light. Let's quickly turn around. Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Linköping. KLM flight 1180. Flight time 1 hour 46 minutes. 5-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. Alright, so Emirates A380 expected to depart pretty soon. Not seeing any Singapore A747s yet. Let's zoom in a little bit on flight radar. Oh, now I don't see it anymore. It's taken off already. No. Oh, it has turned around the runway further to the southwest. Okay. Wasn't there also a website where you could see the runways outbound traffic were assigned to? That would be great if we could see where the 747 is going to go to. It's coming this way, but it might also be coming this way and take off from runway 24, but I think it is a very likely candidate for runway 18 left. A330 taking off from runway 24 with some additional digital zoom. This is back in the optical zoom range, and this is all the way zoomed out just to show you a bit of the level of zoom. Right, so there's a 747 on the move. Very interesting to see where it's going to go to. The A380 also expected to take off pretty soon. Meanwhile, Lufthansa over here landing. Now all the things on the front are detached. It's just this bit that is still open. And okay, so there is information where you can find the runways for outbound traffic, and Matthijs says 747 is going to 18 left. That is good news. That means that the 747 is coming this way. Yellard says that the A380 will only be departing in an hour, so someone mistakenly said it was going away pretty soon already, but probably an hour difference. Always confusing. Universal time and Central European time. Right, so here is one queen and there is another queen still inbound. Expected in 40 or so minutes from now. And James says, hi mate, just to let you know you're doing a good job from Leicester, England. Thank you so much, mate. Glad you're enjoying what you're seeing. Hope everybody is. At the risk of sounding repetitive, if you do like what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider dropping a like. Make sure that this content gets recommended to other people such as yourselves who might be interested in content such as this. Majesty the Queen, Singapore Airlines 747 coming this way. We'll be taking off to Singapore. And in the meantime, runway 27 also still being used for arrivals. With Egypt Air A321neo, the next airplane to arrive. Flight 757 arriving from Cairo. Flight time 4 hours and 31 minutes. It's a brand new airplane. First flight was in May 2023. Alrighty, this is Singapore Airlines Cargo Flight 7343, making its way over to the runway threshold of 18 left. We'll be taking off to Singapore, but it says diverting to Sharjah first. This particular 747-400 is 17 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in February 2006. Windy to do an excessively big zoom. As the 747 is lining up, it will have to wait before it can take off until this airplane has passed by. KLM Flight 1994, it's an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Poland, from Krakow. Has taken this airplane an hour and 45 minutes to get here from Poland. Sound again. Alrighty, beautiful. Singapore Airlines Cargo on its way back to Singapore. Also, massively big thank you to John for just now gifting 5 memberships. If you were one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and big thank you to John for the 5 memberships gifted just now. They can sound quite gnarly. Interesting to see that today, with so much headwind, they are using more of the reversers, particularly the KLM flights, compared to normal. This was KLM flight 1128, returning home from Copenhagen after an hour and 8 minutes, just touched down. And good afternoon, Lance. Good to see you, mate. Trestle as well. Now, more airplanes coming this way. Let's also do another quick update of the current status quo. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. We are awaiting the arrival of a Chinese 747 that is now flying in the north of Germany, expected around 2:30. And the meter, let's do a refresh. It says now 23 knot wind, no gusts anymore. Direction 250 degrees, as has been the case all the while, varying a little bit between 220 and 280. 10 kilometers visibility, few clouds at 2,200 feet, 10 degrees Celsius, or roughly 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Current runway usage, status quo, runways 27 and 18 right being used for arrivals, and 24 and 18 left for departures. Let me paste the latest meter in the ticker for you guys. And I see that we also have to include 18 left for departures. There we go. Back to fully up to speed. This is Vueling flight 8365 arriving from Malaga. It's an A320. Landed after 2 hours and 35 minutes of flight time. 8 years old, first flight November 2015. Right, let's have a look. Big Bird on the move. Is that an arrival from whatever it is doing, it is not coming to 18 left, that's for sure. Right, well, let's go back to the arrivals then. The next airplane is Transavia flight 96 arriving from Paris. Flight time is 43 minutes. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in June 2016. 737-800. it is over there. JWB says Tokyo he is going to, boy. Are you talking about the 777? Probably. Oh yeah. They of course will fly to the north first, probably. Lana asks if the wind is picking up. Well, actually it is slowing down. well, it depends. It was 22 knots first, now it was 24, but we had gusts first and now we don't anymore. It hasn't really changed significantly. It's more like a constant factor. Right, so this is Air France A321, flight 1740, arriving from Paris. Flight time 46 minutes, 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Windsock isn't doing anything differently from what it did when I began the stream here just before 12. It does look like it has changed direction a little bit. It has become more southwesterly, less westerly, although now it is blowing once again more in line with the runway heading. Wind direction seems to have changed a little bit, speed not so much by the looks of it. Quite a few biz jets over there in the general aviation parking place. Our next airplane should be an Embraer 190 arriving from Marseille in the SkyTeam livery, no less, KLM flight 1266. Asks where the ducks are. I did see a couple up ahead. Are there more? Not that I can see right away. Right, KLM 1266 arriving from Marseille, Embraer 190, SkyTeam livery, flight time 1 hour and 25 minutes, an 11-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Hey, going around, it's a boarding. First aborted takeoff. Well, that was the first go around. We are going to see that one again. Right, the next airplane is going to be an E2 Embraer arriving from Bordeaux, still a bit out. This jet taking off from runway 22. Now, it seems that the majority of the departures take place from runway 24 at the moment. Not sure if the runway usage has changed. Let's have another quick look at it. Do a refresh. No, still the same. We are standing over here, so departures take place from 18 left, and from runway 24 arrivals take place on runway 27, and also Polderbound still, which I believe was going to close initially, or at least that's what they said. Apparently not. Martin Air says China Cargo 747 is coming. That is good news. Is it in Dutch airspace already? In the meantime, the E2 Embraer is getting closer. Let's turn around, have a look at it. It's a bit of back and forth between departures and arrivals. Now there's a 747 coming this way, arriving from China, very likely candidate to land on this runway, and the Emirates A380 will be taking off later this afternoon back to Dubai, which of course, as many of you will know, lies to the east of the Netherlands, so also a very likely candidate to take off from the runway we are standing next to. Airplane is KLM flight 1316. It is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bordeaux. Big ass engines, no winglets. E2 Embraer 195. 1 hour and 17 minutes of flight time for this airplane. A 1-year-old airplane. The first flight was in January 2023, so it turned 1 this month. Windsock back again in its trusted position it has been in most of the time since we've been here. Mostly headwind for the pilots landing on this runway. Big picture wise, there is a bit more of high cirrus clouds that is now moving in. This is looking to the northwest, looking to the north, the west, the south, back to the east. Now, it seems that most of the activity on the platform is taking place further ahead. Runway 24 getting used for departures most of the time right now, even though 18 left is also open. Eva asks if I am going out for surfing. The waves are getting higher. Well, it's a pity I did not bring my surfboard along. Would have been a great way to spend the time in between waiting. Our next airplane is approaching. It is a Vueling A320 arriving from Barcelona. This is Vueling flight 8304. Flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. It is an 8-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2015. And Jesse is asking about the bump on the back of the Embraer. If you look closely, you will see it on almost every airplane. That is a bump that contains the stuff needed to get Wi-Fi on board. Most airplanes have such a bump, but it does look particularly big on the Embraers. Trying to look if I could spot it on the rooftop of the Vueling, so to speak, but I did not see it really. it says that the Air China Cargo 747 from Shanghai expected in 23 minutes. Some movement, but not seagulls, but bits of plastic. If people would just clean up after them, we wouldn't have to see this. And another departure from 18 left. Hey there, Stephen. Good morning. Over here, afternoon. Crosswind takeoffs. Mike who is informing us that Air China Cargo is now in the vicinity of Asse, the northeast of the Netherlands. Our next airplane is approaching. It is SAS arriving from Copenhagen. It's a regular Embraer 195 SAS flight 547 Copenhagen. Normally speaking around an hour of flying away. This flight today 1 hour and 16 minutes so far. It's a 12-year-old airplane. First flight May 2011. Good to hear it confirmed, not unexpected, but after Dieter saying that the Air China Cargo 747 is assigned to the runway we are standing next to, runway 27, de Buitenveldert baan. More digital zoom close-ups. Airplanes flying into the light. Not only are we Crow family members here as well. I think the goods are on my side now, on land. Noise. Let me go to auto zoom, auto focus. Normally speaking, I always work with manual focus, focus set to infinity, which works for the airplanes. Quick sip of what has been dubbed vodka. Stay hydrated. I'm losing a lot of moisture, mostly through my nose that keeps running whenever temperatures are not 20°C or higher. But if you want to spot animals a bit closer by, you need to go back to auto focus. Alrighty, now second attempt. This time no abortion or rejected landing, I should say. Well, no, aborted landing. The Sky Team Embraer did an extra lap, aborted quite early, and now landing effortlessly. Second attempt. KLM flight 1266 having arrived from Marseille. crew family members on the other side of the fence. Keeps me safe from them. Looking up and around me, don't see any contrails right now. Did see a couple before, but not anymore. Over here we have KLM flight 1846 arriving from Vienna, Boeing 737-800, flight time 1 hour 32 minutes. The airplane 4 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in March 2019. This is Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, 737-800. Flight time 2 hours and 33 minutes. This is a 13-year-old airplane that had its first flight in June 2010. Hadi Anja, goedemiddag. Right. Boeing 747 arriving from Shanghai in Dutch airspace has been assigned to this very runway. Getting closer and closer by. Also looking behind me to see what is going on. A lot of traffic on the move, but don't see any big planes taking off from the threshold or moving to the threshold of 18 left just yet. Mind you, there is an Emirates A380 that will be returning to Dubai soon. We saw it land on this runway and we're probably going to see it take off from the other runway perpendicular to it, and while we are also standing next to, all in the upcoming hour. For those of you joining later, welcome to the show. This is AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the intersection of runway 27, where this Transavia is now landing on. Perpendicular to it is runway 18 left, also in use for departures, although at the moment nothing from the threshold. They're all taking off a bit further down the runway so that the intersecting landing traffic doesn't have to wait, or they have to wait for landing traffic. We have a bit more wind than normal over here from the west mostly. This is looking to the west. Although storm Isha did not go over the Netherlands, it did pass in its vicinity. I'm seeing another helicopter. Right, this is still optical zoom, the rest was digital. This helicopter landing. Where is it? Yes, it is. out of our view, unfortunately. Police helicopter. And Officer Wolf says we have a viewer's wife on flight Air Mexico flight 26. When is it going to leave? I'm not seeing it on flight radar just yet. Our next landing airplane is coming this way. This is Transavia flight 58, arrival from the Czech Republic, from Prague. It's a 737-800, 7 years old, first flight May 2016. And Air China Cargo now above Lelystad, so it is coming closer by. That's good news. It says takeoff Emirates to Dubai around 2:30. Well, it has to be pushed back first. It has to start the engines. I think there is still a valve open over there or something, a hatch. Probably going to be a bit later than that. But we are standing close enough to see it. Hey, Aart, goedemiddag.
Hoe gaat ie?
Goed man, met jou ook?
Ja, ook prima.
Aardig windje heb je gehad onderweg hier naartoe.
Ja, ik zat daar al een kwartiertje te proberen, maar het lukt helemaal niet.
Hoe bedoel je? Uit de fietsen?
Ja.
Nee, ja, open vlakte, dan heb je het helemaal...
Ik moest uiteindelijk wel lopen.
En je hebt je statief meegenomen?
Ja, ik weet niet of je het gaat overleven, maar ik...
Probeer hem goed in de grond te duwen als het even kan.
Ja.
Art also has arrived here. And he brought a tripod along with him. If you put your camera on the tripod, don't ever leave without taking it off lest it falls over. A380 delayed. Still half an hour before it's going to take off, but we will still be here. En je moet hem echt, denk ik, eventjes eraan hangen.
Want ik heb een nieuwe camera gekregen gisteren.
Oh!
Ik dacht, ik ga lekker filmen, maar
Gast, niet weglopen. Niet weglopen als die camera erop zit. Haal die camera eraf, want het valt om hoor. Ik heb dat ook gehad. Vorig jaar stond ik hier en toen viel mijn statief om met mijn camera erop. Wil je niet. Je moet eigenlijk ook van die scheerlijnen meenemen voortaan.
Ja, ik denk dat ik vandaag ook wel proberen.
Gewoon in de hand houden. Ja, je wil niet een nieuwe camera kapot op de grond vallen. Precies. Art just has a new camera, so I was just warning him that he has to be very careful when your tripod isn't secured. Mine is. It has stand wires around each leg secured in the ground, so it will never fall over during storm. But as I already said to him, last year I had it happen with me and my camera as well. Also with a photography camera. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1654 arriving from Venice. It is a 737-800 and I was too late to press on the label to see the information. So let's focus on the landing first. It's time to replace the battery of the heated glove. In the meantime, I am seeing the 747 over, is that Muiden or Diemen? No, that's Muiden. It is coming this way, it's still a few minutes out. The Air China Cargo B747 flight 1043 arriving from Shanghai. Mahone says, next week I am chasing my wife. If you are live, I will let you know my details. Great, we will do a live coverage of it. Alrighty, Air China Cargo is up next. I think we have it in sight already. There it is. Boeing 747-400 has been flying for 11 hours and 28 minutes to get from Shanghai to where it is right now. It is a 28-year-old airplane, began flying in February of the year 1995. What were you doing back then? February 1995, I was in the first year of high school, I think. Behind me, still at the gate, is the Emirates A380 that arrived in the Netherlands earlier this afternoon, landing on the same runway that the 747 is going to land on in a few minutes. It's going to take off again, expected in half an hour from now, most likely from the runway crossing it, where we are also standing next to, as Emirates flight 148. Mark Koopje asks if there were any special things that we saw. We did see one go around of an Embraer 190, I believe it was, from KLM, not I think it wasn't stabilized well enough. It was an early abortion. Second try, landed without any issues. Was the one in the SkyTeam livery. Art taking pictures here as well. Thanks for the heads up, Austria Wolf. DJI is glitching. We'll try a restart. Thanks for the update. Using the moment to take a picture through the fence. Definitely something you wouldn't have been able to do if it were attached to a tripod. Right, let's do a restart of the DJI mic then. Seems to be very sensitive for windy conditions. Hopefully the rebooted DJI mic makes the voiceover sound better again. Do let me know. Now, at the moment, I am seeing on flight radar, and let me turn around so that I am not standing directly in the wind. Hopefully that also improves the audio. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know, Wolfgang. Do let me know if the sound goes tinny again or becomes glitchy. That is the DJI mic. I'm also thinking if ever I'm going to update something, it's probably going to be the voice over mic Go First Sennheiser system over UHF instead of the 2.4 gigahertz. I am seeing that left of us a 777 arriving from Panama City is foregoing the Polderbaan and is coming this way. Not sure if that means that Polderbaan is officially closed or if it's just this one airplane that is now flying further to the east. KLM flight 727. What were you saying, Art?
Ja, ik zei ook...
Oh ja, precies. Let's have a look. Is that now also then an official closure of Polderbaan? Not yet, doesn't look like it, but maybe in 10 minutes or so from now. Let's have another look. Right, now folks, we're waiting for the next airplane to arrive, and looks like it's going to be KLM Flight 727, the 777 arriving from Panama City. If that means that runway 18 right is now closed for arrivals and everything is coming to runway 27, time will tell. The runway usage just now still indicated Polderbaan open. We're getting another airplane being towed. And Alvin says, gonna head to bed. Well, Alvin, thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your week. Hope to see you on the next one. The Emirates A380 in the background is expected to leave within half an hour from now. Most likely the runway we are also standing next to, which is still being used for departures. Looking at flight radar, KLM Flight 727 arriving from Panama City is turning base. I think it is too far out for us to be able to see from over here. Oké, goed man. Ik denk dat je inderdaad, ja, als het even kan, moet je kijken of je inderdaad dat statief een paar centimeter in de grond kan krijgen met die poten. Ja. Maar pas op hoor. Haal je camera boven het statief of als je eventjes wegloopt. Want als die omvalt en je kan hem niet tegenhouden, dan ben je de sigaar. Another 777 getting towed to the hangars at Schiphol Oost, Schiphol East. The hangars in the background where they perform maintenance on the airplanes. In the meantime, it looks like KLM Flight 727 is turning final. Oh, and is that the Garuda? I hope it isn't, but it is. Or is that going to, oh that's going, no. Is it going to fly to the north, or is this an indication that 18 left is no longer open? Ordinarily I would say that that airplane, when it was going back to Indonesia, would take off from 18 left. Now I'm getting a little bit anxious. Let's have another look at the runway usage. Okay, well, still the same. That's interesting. The Garuda 777 Retro over there. It looks like it is moving to runway 24, which is something I'm a bit surprised about. KLM Flight 727, the 777 arriving from Panama City in the meantime has become visible. KLM flight 727 arriving from Panama City. 777-200 ER. PHBQB has been flying now for 8 hours and 45 minutes to get here from Panama City thus far. It's 20 years old and had its first flight in October of the year 2003. It does look like the Garuda is going to runway 24. Sure hope that this is going to hold up. Nope. That's exactly why you need to take off the camera whenever you walk away from it, because it will blow over. And you don't want to have that happen with the camera mounted on top of it. KLM flight 727. Sally doing a pass by, blocking our view momentarily. Aphrodite says it looks like all the inbound flights are going to land over here on runway 27. That would be terrific if that were the case. Has the pole bomb officially closed now then? Not seeing that it hasn't changed yet, but that isn't to say that it will show on the LVNL website. Now let's have a quick look at the Emirates A380. Right, so that hatch that was open before is now closed. That's good news. Don't see any pushback vehicles just yet. Unfortunately, we cannot see if the passengers are already on board or not. APU is not on yet. Which means probably it is going to take a little while longer before it is going to take off. In the meantime, our next airplane coming this way is KLM Flight 1364, a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Warsaw. Has been on the way now for an hour and 49 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in May 2011. And QJ confirming all arrival airplanes are assigned to go to runway 27, which means that we are in the right place. Now hopefully 18 left will continue to be used for outbound traffic as well. Hopefully the A380 we will see take off. From that runway. A warm welcome to everybody who has tuned in later. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boyd. We are standing alongside the intersection of runways 27 and 18 left. The former being used for arrivals and the latter being used for departures. This airplane is moving from east to west. Prevailing wind is now from the west mostly, in the wake of storm Isha that did not pass over the Netherlands but along it. We have a bit more wind today and also yesterday than normally speaking. Only one go around, an early abortion of the SkyTeam liveried Embraer 190 from KLM. If I recall correctly, arriving from Marseille. We saw the Emirates A388 land on this runway, parked in the background. And it is expected to leave for Dubai again soon. Oh, already skipped past it. This is, let's see, it doesn't show, or is this KLM Flight 427 going to Dubai? 78710. Let's see. No, we cannot read the registration. Don't know for sure where this airplane is going to go to. It looks like it might come this way. I think this might be KLM Flight 427 going to Dubai. 787-10 Dreamliner. If that is going from 18 left, then almost certainly the Emirates A380 will do as well. .737 in the foreground, passing it now. Now I'm not seeing the Dreamliner anymore. Thought maybe we could establish it was the Dreamliner to Dubai by that, but now I don't see the Dreamliner on flight radar anymore. Seems like a glitch. another airplane approaching behind me, inbound traffic. I will switch to that in a minute. Still no exhaust gas from the APU exhaust, so Emirates A380 still where it is for a bit longer. Now, next up is number 190 KLM flight 1642 arriving from Florence, Firenze. Flight time 1 hour 44 minutes. This airplane 13 years old, first flight August 2010. On an Embraer. And what is up with those plastic bags over there in the grass? We've seen a couple of them already. People really need to clean up after themselves. Take it with them till you're at a bin and then throw it away. I do believe that this is KLM flight 427, the 787-10 Dreamliner outbound to Dubai, making its way over to the threshold of 18 left for departure. Before then, we are going to turn back to the inbound traffic on runway 27 because there is a Dreamliner coming up. KLM flight 686 arriving from Mexico City, 787-9 Dreamliner, has been flying for 9 hours and 22 minutes. This airplane is 6 years old and had its first flight in July 2017. One Dreamliner has passed, which means that another Dreamliner can move further. Okay, Polderbaan is staying open, okay. Now before this Dreamliner will take off, there is another inbound airplane coming in. And we also have another coot in the water, braving the waves, swimming upstream against the wind. Now the Dreamliner behind me will not, or will it? Interesting. Now I think it has to be very quick. If it is quick, it could be in time. Now it's holding short, which means that EasyJet is going to land first. These two runways intersect, airplanes taking off from the threshold of 18 left, like the Dreamliner behind us is doing. We'll have to wait because this airplane will cross its runway first. This is EasyJet flight 27986, Airbus A319, arriving from Southend, where it left from 36 minutes ago. 15-year-old airplane, first flight August 2008. And even a nice little wheelie to boot. Back then to outbound traffic. Going to Dubai. This is this is KLM flight 427, a 787-10 Dreamliner. 3 years old, first flight was in August 2020. A crosswind departure, crabbing out. Turn back. KLM flight 1584 up next. Embraer 190 arriving from Bologna after 1 hour and 38 minutes of flight time. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2014. Celebrating its 10th birthday this month. Alrighty. And there is movement. A380 has turned and is probably starting the engines right now. Huh? Right, we saw this airplane land earlier on runway 27. Now it looks like we might get to see it take off as well as flight Emirates A148. Zeg je? Ja.
Hou je het zo stabiel? Want ik heb net zie ik helemaal heen.
Ja, statief is goed gefixeerd, image stabilizer aangezet.
Ik weet er niet veel van, maar ik zag het gewoon en ik dacht, ja, het is
Nee, je statief moet gewoon heel stilstaan. Dus je moet het eigenlijk al fixeren. En je moet ook, als je camera image stabilizer hebt, moet je die ook aanzetten. En er niet te veel aan zitten ook. Art just tried taking some footage with his camera and his tripod, but he had difficulty keeping it stable. He was asking me how to do that. Dat is wel een goed idee, ja. Moet je doen. Oké. Leuk. Wat zei je? Ja, je hebt gelijk. Let's turn around for that 777 that is arriving. This is China Southern Cargo, flight 2573, arriving from Guangzhou, China. 777 freighter has been flying for 11 hours and 43 minutes to get here. The airplane is a year old. First flight December 2022. Ja, absoluut. They definitely listened to Let's Get Loud before landing. And runway usage change, center open and polder closed. Okay, interesting. Now in the meantime, the A380 will also depart pretty soon. It has been pushed back already, so won't be long. I'm expecting it to take off from 18 left, where we are also standing next to, similar to the Dreamliner that we saw just now, already going to Dubai. This airplane is likely going to follow suit. Is on the move ever so slowly. Meanwhile, an airplane from KLM is approaching from the other side. And what do you guys notice looking at this airplane? SOB is going in the wrong direction. So even though the 78710 from KLM that also is going to Dubai just took off from 18 left, Emirates, well, it landed on the runway we were standing next to, and nice contrast with the bird controller there. Emirates is going in the wrong direction. It's going to runway 24. That's a pity. Hearing other engine sounds from an A330. Where is that going to? No, that is going to Detroit. So that is also turning and going to runway 24. There is a Latam Cargo 767 outbound to Frankfurt that has come alive on the platform area of the airport I see. Transavia returning from Innsbruck. Flight 6610. Ja, center is nu in gebruik en polderbaan niet meer. Geen idee. Geen idee. It's also the first time that the sun is obscured a little bit by high clouds. Overall, still mostly blue skies, but you can see a bit more cloudiness in the distance. I believe they predicted rain for tomorrow, so this might be a change in the weather leading up to it. Next up, KLM flight 1670, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour 51 minutes. 16-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Jet taking off from runway 22 in the background. Alright, Evan is signing off, going to bed. Thank you for joining, Evan. Hope to see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day and week tomorrow and later. There it goes, the traitor, Emirates flight 148 back to Dubai from the wrong runway. I'm surprised I can keep the camera so stable with the wind. Must be because I'm having headwind now as well. Right, well, that was the traitor that took off from the wrong runway. In the meantime, KLM flight 1702 arriving from Madrid. Big Wi-Fi hub on the back. Windsock still looks the same. And we have one brave coot here, swimming upstream against the wind, against all odds. Champion spirit. What a warrior. And his cousin over there also doing the same, swimming against the stream. And also having become visible, a heavenly body, the moon. Our next arriving airplane is coming. It is KLM flight 1958. The raccoon cockpit look already reveals that this is a German Airways Embraer 190 and it is returning home from JD's hometown Düsseldorf. Flight time 27 minutes. It's an Embraer 190 long range. 18 years old, this one. First flight was in January 2006. This is not Captain Willy, the pilot flying. Right, well, I am just curious to see what the current status quo is. Let me take you guys through it. Meantime, our next arrival is also distantly visible. moment to have another look at the big picture. Let's do a refresh of runway usage first. Okay, Polderbaan has closed, center is still open, runway 27 still open, and both 18 That's even more remarkable. So the Emirates A380 took off from this runway, even though this one is open, and ordinarily 9 out of 10 times it would have taken that runway. Let's do a refresh. Okay, wind speed has picked up a little bit. 26 knots wind with gusts up to 37 right now. Let me paste that, copy that. Fuel clouds at 2,200 feet. Wind speed, wind direction is mostly from the southwest to west at the moment. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Oh, and there is a 747 underway from KLM Cargo, expected around 4 o'clock, that's 45 minutes from now. Now, with the current runway usage, I expect it to go to center, honestly. Unless the runway gets closed again before then. But let's stick around until then. Would be nice if it were to land on runway 27. To be honest, I'm not sure what the runway usage is going to do. Let's have a quick look. Expected runway usage website. Let's see. 18 left. Kagman, Alsmeerbaan. It doesn't say anything about center anywhere. So that is a bit unfortunate. Nee, ik zie hem. Ik heb een scherm in scherm, dus ik zie of er wat aankomt. Maar dankjewel, thanks for the heads up. So, it's a bit strange because the center runway now being used for arrivals is not indicated on the website of expected runway usage. Which means I don't know until when it is going to be used and if it maybe is going to close in favor of runway 27 exclusively. This is China Cargo Airlines, flight 205, arriving from Shanghai. En Hadi Ricardo, goedemiddag. Is this the Latam Cargo 767 to Frankfurt? I think the answer is yes. The question is, where is it going to take off from? The threshold or further down the runway? Short flight, so it's not going to be full of fuel. Maybe. Now it looks like it's going to take off from over there. Which is a pity. Would have been nicer, of course, to see it from the threshold, but still. Latam Cargo, flight 1501, 767-300 ER, outbound Frankfurt. A 15-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Little wobbly. There you go, drifting out on its way to Frankfurt. And this was not Captain Wheelie, I saw it. Embraer landing in the meantime. Gnarly sound though. For some reason, even though they are landing into headwind, they are using the reversers more than at Polderbow, for instance. I don't know why, but I'm not unhappy about it. In the meantime, the sun is getting lower over here. And another Embraer 190 from German Airways is coming. This is KLM, flight 1886, arriving from Nuremberg. Flight time 59 minutes thus far. This airplane is 16 years old, same age as Chucky. It turned 16 this month. Again flying in January 2008 for the first time. Indeed, Koen, a muts met een bolletje, a hat with a little ball on top of it. It's the one I use when I go skiing. With the goggles over it, keeps the ears nice and warm. Obviously, with the wind blowing from 240 degrees more or less, it is logical that most outbound traffic is going to runway 24. And Eva also already asked about it, Aphrodite. I will be leaving on the 3rd and returning on the 10th. This is KLM flight 1726, short flight between Brussels and Amsterdam, Embraer 175, flight time 32 minutes. 7-year-old airplane, first flight July 2016. Wondering which is the shortest distance of the two, Düsseldorf Amsterdam or Brussels Amsterdam. Probably around the same distance. So depends on the runway is being used. Now, where is that going to? That is going to Montreal. But looking on flight radar behind it, somewhere is a Qatar triple outbound to Doha. I am hoping Ryanair was in front. There we go. It has been pushed back. This is Qatar going to Doha. Zeg je? Ja.
Zie je bij het nieuwe
Als ik uitzoom is het net rechts van dat huisje. Dat rechter dingetje hiervoor. As soon as I unlock my tripod, the wind immediately blows it up, blows the camera up, grabs hold of the camera. There's also a ducky here in the water. Let's go to autofocus for the occasion. Also swimming upstream, casually. What wind? Wah, wah. No wind here, just waves. Lovely, lovely. Right, back to the setting used for the airplanes. JWB signing off. Thanks for joining and hope to see you on the next one, mate. Take care, enjoy the rest of your week. Now the Qatar is undoubtedly starting its engines. In the meantime, there's another airplane coming in from behind. Let's have a look at that. Influx of narrow bodies. This is an Embraer 175 from KLM, flight 1334, arriving from Aalborg. Flight time 1 hour 5 minutes. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. No reversers for this one. And Aphrodita updating us. KLM Cargo from Miami arriving in 34 minutes. Let's see. No airplanes to center right now. I was thinking if there was a landing traffic going to center, we might calibrate and see where to point the camera to in case it is going to land on that runway, which I still think is very likely is going to happen. Keep me posted about the 747. And okay, I do believe that there is now, oh no, that is, no, yeah, there is an Embraer 175 now on the glide slope of the center runway. Might have to do a little practice run to see where I need to point the camera for the 747. If I manage to find an Embraer 175, I am sure I will succeed finding a big ass 747. Zwanenburg and Buitenveld are both still in use. QJ says, thanks for the update. Unfortunately, traffic from the west will very likely land on center then. Unless the pilots chicken out because the crosswind component is too much for them and immediately come to runway 27, which actually I hope is going to happen. In the meantime, the Qatar triple has come a bit closer by. Question now is, what runway is it going to take off from? Fingers crossed that it is going to be our runway. Timo asks if I'm standing in front of the McDonald's. Not exactly in front of it. I am standing a bit more to the west of it. Closer to the crossing of 18 left and 27. Ah, okay. Art also has found it. Yeah, the sun is quite low above the horizon already, so a lot of backlight unfortunately this time of year and this time of day. Qatar on the move, so it is going to review where it's going to go to pretty soon. Hey, that looks good. That looks very favorable. Art is also calling it. And I think he is right. The Qatar is coming this way. We'll be taking off from the threshold of the center runway in a few minutes. Before that, let's have a look at a very rare specimen of an airplane. You almost never see it over here. It is an Embraer. Number 175 no less. It's the mean 777 look, the face down, stare down. The lights are going on. They're throwing in the towel. They're coming for us. And QJ says at least the Korean 777 is coming to runway 27. That is good news. Meanwhile, I'm also looking right of me to see if I can spot. And I think I do. So just to show you in case the 747, the KLM or Martinair 747 is going to the center runway. Let's zoom out. So this is approximately where I need to look at, between the red camera pole and the t-shirt advertisement sign. Right. Qatar is still making its way to the threshold. In the meantime, a landing will happen before it. This is KLM flight 1874 arriving from Stuttgart. It is an Embraer 190. Has been flying for 59 minutes to get here so far. 10 years old. First flight was in October 2013. Awesome. A330 also coming this way. Right, this is Qatar Airways, flight 274 going to Doha. It is a 777-300ER, 5 years old, first flight June 2018. And Liwe, you definitely missed the Blackbird, absolutely. A330 is approaching the threshold behind it. Oh, the waiting is for Ryanair. Hey, en goedemiddag, Lieve. Better late than never. Taking off under crosswind conditions. You can see the airplanes crabbing out. Wind is blowing from the west. This airplane takes off to the south. And no runway yet assigned to the KLM Cargo. Keep us posted. This is KLM flight 425 outbound Riyadh. This is an Airbus A330-200, 17 years old. First flight was in April 2006. From Transavia, arriving from Naples. Okay, KLM Cargo for center. Not unexpected. Let me have a quick look where it is. Still a decent amount away from here. although it is still quite a distance away from here. Let me know when it gets close by. In the meantime, traffic to runway 27 is continuing. This is KLM flight 1564, Embraer 190 arriving from Genoa. Flight time 1 hour and 37 minutes. A 10-year-old airplane, first flight November 2013. Windstock still more or less in the same orientation as it has been all the while. Wind blowing from the west. So mostly headwind for the airplanes landing on this runway. Runway 27. The next airplane to arrive is a KLM Embraer 175 arrival from Hamburg. This airplane has been on the way for 47 minutes to get here from Hamburg. 7-year-old airplane in total. Began flying in May 2016 for the first time. Let's see what is coming. Still a lot of narrow bodies for the time being. Sounds great. Lovely sight with the low sun. Let's have a quick look at the weather then, shall we? Expected runway usage, we can close that. This is also something that we can close. The meter, what does it say right now? 23 knot wind with gusts up to 33 knots, blowing from 240 degrees, and the rest basically unchanged. Let me copy paste that in the ticker right away. And runway usage also still the same. Let's update that quickly. Well, close that. And paste. Departures, runway 2418 left, that is correct. And 18 right should become 18C. There we go. Right. Our next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1356, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, Boeing 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in May 2011. En Hadi Norbert, goedemiddag. Well, the pipeline to this runway is filled to the brim. Quite a lot of airplanes back to back already lining up to land here. We have a 3 airplane glide slope shot over here. The first airplane is a MAX 8 from Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland. The second airplane is a 737-800 arriving from Porto, Portugal. Third airplane is a 737-700 arriving from Gothenburg. Now, with their regular 737s, the Ryanair pilots often use the reversers. Let's listen if they also do that with their MAX 8. I know for a fact that when they do apply the reversers, those MAX 8s also have a nice loud sound. Small airplane, but big sound. Awesome. Another 3 airplane glide slope shot. The now number 3 is the Embraer 175 arriving from Poland, Wrocław, I don't know. Supposedly you pronounce it differently than you write it. I'll leave it to the experts to say how you should pronounce the name of the place it is coming from. Dreamliner from Kenya passing over. Arriving from Nairobi and will be landing on this runway pretty soon. Meantime, Transavia also touching down. Says it seems like Martinair Cargo will land at 27 based on its altitude. Would be nice. I thought it was already assigned to a different runway. Daniel, goedemiddag. Doing excellent, thank you for asking. Hope the same goes for you, Daniel. Right, there's also a 777 now in the pipeline arriving from Seoul. Right, Embraer 175 up first, and then it is the 777. You guys also asked for another moonshot. With added digital zoom, this is the top of the optical zoom. Right, KLM flight 1272, Embraer 175, 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Alrighty, 777 time. Korean Air Cargo flight 9517, arriving from Seoul. It is a 777 freighter. Has been flying for 13 hours and 23 minutes to get here from Seoul. This airplane is 12 years old, began flying in January 2012. In other words, it turned 12 this month. Wonderful. Alrighty, next up is going to be KLM flight 1930. Arriving from Geneva. 737-800, flight time 1 hour 12 minutes, 23-year-old airplane, first flight June 2000. It is a millennial. Oh, more biz jets taking off. Always lovely to see. Quickly back to the action. Nice little KLM wheelie there. Now, a big thank you to Aphrodite, who just now gifted 5 memberships. That is totally not necessary, but thank you nonetheless. 800 likes, I think. Maybe it was because of that. Thank you so much for the likes, and Aphrodite, thank you for the gifted memberships. If you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to Aphrodite. And also a big thank you to Austrian Wolf, who also just now gifted 5 memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say Dankeschön, Herr Wolf. Thank you so much, Austrian Wolf. Also, totally not necessary, you guys. You both are doing more than enough as it is already as moderators. Thank you so much. Now, let's see. More traffic to runway 27. This is an R190, obviously. Isn't it great how they are all using their reversers. What is up with this 747? Did it miss its approach? Huh? Ik heb geen idee. Can anybody clue me in what happened? Go around. Okay. Right, well, if it went around, then the question is it going to land, is it going to do a second attempt at the same runway, or is it going to land at runway 27 after all? I think the latter is more than likely. Meanwhile, this is KLM flight 1826, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Berlin. Right, now let's have a look. Okay, it changed to runway 27. Excellent. Our next airplane is the airplane that we also saw pass directly overhead. Kenya Airways in the come to live the, and then it says ... on my small screen. This is Kenya Airways flight 116, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner arriving from Nairobi. Flight time 9 hours and 9 minutes. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight July 2014. There's also a helicopter right of me. Is it taking off or is it landing? Hard to see. Also a big thank you to Liwe. I must have missed it initially. Thank you, Paul, for letting me know I missed it. Liwe also gifting 5 memberships. If you are one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to say dankjewel, Liwe. A massive big thank you to you, Liwe, as well. And for you the same goes. It is you guys are doing more than enough already for the channel as it is as moderators. Really, you should have, of course, very much appreciated. The more members the merrier, but you guys are doing so much already by moderating. You really shouldn't have, but thank you so much, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, all those new members. We saw a Norwegian lipstick arrive just now. There is... Right, the 747 is landing on runway 27. Where is it? Right, it's now number 3 for arrival. Let's see. Can we see it already? Well, I for one am not yet seeing it. Won't be long. This is supposed to be Untitled Jet flight 7822 arriving from Istanbul, A321, flight time 3 hours and 13 minutes, a 20-year-old airplane, first flight March 2003. nice. It did sound nice. Right. Is that 747 visible already? The answer is yes, there it is. Right, Royal Air Maroc up next, preceding the 747 that is already visible faintly. Royal Air Maroc flight 850, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Casablanca. Flight time 3 hours and 14 minutes. The airplane is 13 years old. The first flight was in April 2010. Na de 747. Ik weet het niet. Eens even kijken. Oh. Dat weet ik nog niet. Ik denk het wel, om eerlijk te zijn. Ik ben ook alweer vanaf 12 uur bezig. Volgens mij ietsjes eerder. Having a look in the pipeline. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies for the time being. So I am going to call it a day after the Queen has landed. The Queen that was supposed to land on the center runway but went around and instead landing on this runway. Right, it is the number 2 tracked at Flight Radar, tracked by 1,276 people. It is KLM Cargo, operated by Martinair Holland, flight 7762, arriving from Miami, Florida, where it departed from 7 hours and 28 minutes ago. A 20-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2003. Wobbly. More so than other airplanes. Makes you wonder, do they have some loose cargo that is rocking back and forth? Alright, well, on that bombshell, it is time to end. I am going to wrap it up for today. It's been a windy afternoon and I hope you guys had as much fun over here as I have. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you guys... Oh, no, Aphrodite, no. Oh, in the break of time, just in time to say thank you at least. Thank you, Aphrodite, for another 5 gifted memberships, but that is totally uncalled for. Please, no more. Now, thank you all so much for joining me here today. A big thank you to everyone who became a member or donated memberships, for the super chats, the super likes, for the people who purchased something from the merch store. Thank you all so much. If you liked what you saw and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop another like. I'd like to say a big thank you to you all for tuning in here today. Be safe. Hope to see you again soon, hopefully later in the week. I'm hoping maybe I can go out on Thursday again. Thanks for tuning in. Hope to see you then. And also a big thank you to the moderators once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. See you on the next one. And for now, bye bye.